Okay, I think we're good to go, finally. Alright, let's do this. It's time to start mixing. Alright, so first things first, ambience. And for the ambience of this area, I think I want to go with something like, I'll explain it. Like, it's really hard to explain. But I lost every fight I fought. I can't do that. Fought. The trail of lies back to me with flesh and bones. Take Pegasi on wings, but these feathers will never fly. Oh God. Do I just go morning in the forest and just make it easy on myself? I think so. It's just meant to imply that there's like an outside atmosphere going on. Let's see, we need morning in the forest. Don't mind the all caps. Okay. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Alright. Let's go. Okay, that's on 2, so let's go to 2. Turn down quite a bit. Balance. I think it's about right here somewhere. Alright. Shut the fuck up. Hang on. It's all the same. You just together. Oh my God, today. My God. Oh. Alright, anyways.
Ganyu's original home had been very hard to get to, being hidden away from the world by the use of ancient Chilean seals that could only be accessed by said species. The first seal had been against the face of a mountain just north of Mount Hulao, having been covered by overgrowth of vegetation and being very faded by years of torment from the weather. However, Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge to her, the seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that
Okay, there has to be something here. A music track. So, what fits? No, not the piano roll. That's for something else. Good question. This is always the hard thought process. Jeez. Because we're looking for something like, I don't know how to explain it. Not like a dark music, but like a almost like mellow, like it has an undertone of sadness to it. What's a good track for that? Deadly Sorrow. I think I know which one that is. That's too sad. No. Mm-mm. No, that sounds like very well. Lament? That can work in another scene. No. Where is it? Rise and Fall, what does that one sound like? Mm-mm. Hello? No, I know what that one is. I know what that one is. It's so nice to see you. This is always going to be tricky. Because I'm so used to doing dark shit that I don't have any music for, like, the proper shit. Would this one work? Kind of. I guess I could just try it. See what it does. No, you dirty shit bag. Can we please just work, please, and thank you? Thank you. Hey, money. Let me see something. Your pleasantries, they don't mean shit to me.
Ganyu's original home had been very hard to get to, being hidden away from the world by the use of ancient Chilean seals that could only be accessed by said species.
No.
The first seal had been against the face of a mountain just north of Mount Hulao, having been covered by overgrowth of vegetation and being very faded by years of torment from the weather. However, Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge to her, the seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that
I mean, it kinda has that feel to it, but I don't think that fits. Let me see something. What was the name of that one? Like... That's not under this file. That's under my downloads somewhere. Let's see... let's go. Let's just go this. Which one was it? This one. What does this one sound like again? Let me listen. Please. And thank you. That might work.
Ganyu's original home had been very hard to get to, being hidden away from the world by the use of ancient Chilean seals that could only be accessed by said species. The first seal had been against the face of a mountain just north of Mount Hulao, having been covered by overgrowth of vegetation and being very faded by years of torment from the weather. However, Ganyu had found and accessed the hidden pathway as if it were common knowledge to her, the seal having opened to a long cave littered with overgrown plants that radiated an icy blue glow that matched Ganyu's hair color perfectly. It was unlike anything Kuching had ever witnessed, the cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the same blue. It was unlike anything Kuching had ever witnessed, the cave having led them to a forest that mimicked the same blue coloration. It revealed a path that led them deeper into the land. the second seal having been the next obstacle to pass. Once again, Ganyu had passed the ancient lock and deeper into the land, the second seal having been the next obstacle to pass. Once again, Ganyu had passed the ancient lock as if it were nothing, and had allowed them to proceed into a new place that seemed alien. There were trees that were contorted and twisted with healthy green leaves, bushes that were littered with berries that grew
Stop! Piece of fucking shit.
were littered with berries that grew the same blue light, and straight ahead was a ring of mountains with one entrance at the front. Thin hair-like strands hung from the outer faces of the peaks, glowing the same cold light as the vegetation in the first cave, and upon getting closer, the long branches that grew from the outer faces adorned large pods that resembled canopies. They were decrepit at this point, but it was in no doubt a beautiful sight. The views before Ganyu's eyes starting to stir up memories that had long been forgotten. It's all coming back to me.
Too close.
Been forgotten. It's all coming back to me, she said in wonder, raising her arm to the sky and pointing out towards something. That pot up there. That was mine.
What the fuck is going on here? Hang on. I don't know why it's dragged out. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. Let's do something like this.
That was mine. My mother would let me sleep with her in it every night, saying I commonly had bad dreams. She'd hum some lullaby to help me sleep, and before I knew it, it was morning again. Kuching smiled at her beloved's precious memory, happy that Ganyu was starting to recollect a time where she was free and innocent without a care in the world. Ganyu was in a trance of remembrance unlike any other, continuing to speak of a past that she'd buried thousands of years ago. Those berries. They're called firefly berries because of how easy they are to mistake for one. She continued, walking over and picking one from the bush.
Walking over, so that's... Well, yeah. Let's sample. Let's see. That wouldn't be under here, that would be... Right? No, it is under here, my bad. Heels on concrete. Is that it? I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Alright. We need to go to the mixer. We need to turn it down a teensy bit because it's a little sharp on the eardrums. Turn it down. No. Actually, we need the thing first, the limiter. Okay, let's see if that might work. Alright, there.
Walking over and picking one from the bush.
Okay, it's a little noisy. Alright, there.
Walking over and picking one from the bush. They were my favorite.
Hang on.
Walking over and picking one from the bush. They were my favorite thing to eat because they taste sweet. She plopped the luminescent fruit into her mouth and immediately smiled upon tasting her favorite childhood snack. She started to remember when she'd sneak off during sleeping hours to savor her taste buds with them, up until she got caught by her mother. It was a silly memory, that followed up with when she and the other young Qilin would go off to pick them and bring them back to the main village. From there, the adults would make a jelly out of them and serve it on Vasca leaves that grew from the trees of life. Ganyu's favorite dish and guilty pleasure as a child, seeing eating too much could cause obesity. Something she had to fix by going on grueling hikes from the bottom base of Mount Hulao all the way to the very top peak. A tread that took all day and had Ganyu's body back into shape after 5 days to the very top peak.
That'd be faster. See what I mean?
To the very top peak. A tread that took all day and had Ganyu's body back into shape after 5 times. She turned to Kuching and stated something that she felt was only fitting as her lover. "Do you want to try one, my love?" Kuching jumped, feeling as if eating a food that was sacred to the Qilin was taboo. Are you sure it's okay?" She answered, "I wouldn't want to offend any of your kind by doing so." Ganyu giggled lightly, finding her beloved's reasoning fair, but she also knew it wasn't anything forbidden. "You won't offend any of my kind. Don't forget, you're my beloved. Therefore, your family."
What was that?
Kuching couldn't argue for your family.
There we go.
Kuching couldn't argue with that. She was Ganyu's most trusted and loved companion, so that made her one of her own kind, even if she wasn't actually a Qilin. However, she trusted Ganyu, so she
It's being a fucking ass.
so she felt safe to accept the offer. "All right, I trust you."
Hang on.
To accept the offer. "All right,
That's good.
I trust you." Kuching agreed, to which Ganyu followed by picking one of the small fruits from the bush and handing it to her lover. Kuching accepted the offering and stuck the tree in.
Stuff is natural. It's being a butt. I can't. Yo, okay. Oh, busy. As usual. As usual.
Kuching accepted.
The shit is normal. Don't worry about it. It's my program being an asshole. In fact, what I'm going to do is just this, because apparently it's just being a butt. So we're just gonna do this. Fuck it.
Kuching accepted the offering and stuck the tree into her mouth. Once she bit down and the fruit's inner juices adorned her taste buds, she immediately fell in love with the flavor. Upon splitting open the snack, a cool essence overrode her senses, the sensation being similar to a cool feeling that a mint leaf causes upon chewing it. Following the cold burst, a sweetness graced her entire oral cavity, causing her to jolt at the taste and continuing to chew the delicious Qilin delicacy. Once she'd grinded the berry to a paste, she gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy smile. "That was quite the experience." Once she'd grind.
I hear something, and I don't like it. Let me get that out. Why can't we just behave?
Once she'd grinded the
There
berry
we
to
go.
a paste, she gulped it down and turned to Ganyu with a giddy smile. "That was quite the experience," she commented, causing Ganyu to giggle. "Delicious, isn't it?" Ganyu replied. "Very. Thank you for allowing me to eat something precious to your kind." "No need to thank me. Whatever is part of my Adeptus heritage is now a part of you, my love."
Right.
Kuching blushed at the comment, walking up to Ganyu and pecking her lightly on the cheek. Kuching blushed at the comment, walking up.
Walking up. So right about... I need to zoom in. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Alright. We need to go about right here.
Walking up.
walking up. So about right there. Alright, let's try that again.
Walking up to Ganyu and pecking her lightly on the cheek.
Before. About right here. Really?
Walking up to Ganyu and pecking her lightly.
About maybe right there.
Kuching blushed at the comment. Walking up to Ganyu and pecking her.
Hang on.
Kuching blushed at the comment. Walking up to Ganyu and pecking her lightly on the cheek. Ganyu giggled at the sentiment, returning back to the task at hand.
Okay.
All right. That's enough messing around for now. Let's get... All right. That's enough messing around for now. Let's get back to what we came here for. Kuching nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards
Right there. About right here-ish.
leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon passing the opening to the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
Okay. So what I need to do here, let's see, automate, volume. Let's go something like...
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon...
Okay, so let's do a zoom out, fade out. Something like... Let's see... Something like that.
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
A little too fast. Little too fast. So let's go something like...
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon passing the...
I want upon to actually go out a little further than that. Okay.
Leading Kuching...
Okay, yep. Push this out a little bit more. It's like I say when I even add the effects. Nothing is set in stone until we get to the mixing process.
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon passing the opening to the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes.
Oh, I forgot to cut. Whoops-a-doodle. Alright, let's see. I need to go back a little bit more than that. Where's the cut button? Right there. About right there, I'd say.
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon...
I don't like how sudden it is. That's bugging me. So let's go something like... I don't know. It's just too fast. So let's add a few let's just add a few little pointers at volume level.
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
It's still bugging me. It's still bugging me.
Leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon passing the opening to the...
That kind of works.
Turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
Actually, I'm just going to do this. So let's pull this back. Right there. Right there. Right there. And right there, I guess.
Turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
That actually is like perfect
Upon passing
timing.
the opening to the inner center, turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
Back more.
Upon passing the opening to the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance.
It's still bugging me.
Nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path.
I'm never gonna be happy, ain't I? Sometimes that's just how this goes. You're never happy.
Nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path.
That'll work. That'll work. That works. I wanted to get it to where the final note was like just going out by itself.
Nodded, to which Ganyu answered by turning back to the main path and leading Kuching further towards the mountain entrance. Upon passing the opening to the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes.
Yep. Yep. Okay. What's this? Oh, okay. Just making sure there wasn't any sound effects that didn't need to be there. Got the piano roll. This. That would be under my USB drive. What's it called? Bev's theme. This is a tricky one to get the volume levels right. So let's go to 5, turn it down. This is a tricky one. Oh. Okay, still too noisy. Let's go something like...
Homes. Skeletons. Remnants of what was once a bustling into view. Homes. Skeletons came into view. Homes. Skeletons. Inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes. Skeletons. Inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes. Skeletons. Remnants of what was once a bustling utopia of gracious and calm beasts in shambles. A sight that immediately attacked Ganyu's heart and...
Let's start it right there. Because I think the impact needs to hit first. Something like that.
A sight that immediately...
Okay, let me go back. Let me go back now.
To the inner center of the rounded mountains, a view of melancholy and dread came into view. Homes. Skeletons. Remnants of what was once a bustling utopia of gracious and calm beasts in shambles. A sight that immediately attacked Ganyu's heart and caused the painful memories of her last day there to replay.
Sorry, man, I can't reach your name.
Tears immediately filled her eyes upon noticing one specific skeleton that she knew the identity of. The one that had kept her and her mother safe from assured death. Her father. The day of the attacks started to play out before her eyes, causing her to cry mildly. Kuching immediately comforted her beloved, remembering the night that Ganyu had told the very event that had caused the very remnants before her eyes. She put her left hand on Ganyu's right shoulder and...
I think you meant to put Traveler, or is it Tarveler? Pony and T. Well, I appreciate that.
To the inner center of the rounded mountains. She put her left hand on Ganyu's right shoulder and rubbed it lightly in love and assurance that she was there to mourn with her. Ganyu accepted the sentiment, allowing her emotions to escape her in relief. This was something she had needed to confront for centuries, and now she finally had. While it hurt like hell, it felt so good to cry out the trauma of her past. Finally, she could leave the past behind and not worry about having those nightmares anymore. After a good amount of time, Ganyu finally wiped her eyes and took a deep breath.
Okay.
I can finally sleep peacefully without guilt.
If it skips, it's normal.
I can finally sleep peacefully without guilt, she said with relief.
I heard that. I heard that. I missed that for some reason. Get that out.
With relief. Thank you, Father, for keeping Mom and I safe that day. It's been hard, but I finally found happiness in love and friendship with my beloved Kuching after centuries of pain and loss. She turned to Kuching with a smile and addressed the next step of their reason for coming here. Come on, the next thing I need to retrieve isn't far. Kuching nodded in understanding, starting forward with her beloved. However,
Forward. So that's walking. Footsteps.
forward with her beloved. However, after taking a
We need to push it out just a little bit further. Like the spacing. Okay.
forward with her beloved. However, after taking a few steps,
A few steps. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Okay, I still want to give that a little bit more space about right here.
forward with her beloved. However, after taking a few
steps, let's go something like that. So down here, let's go something like
taking a few steps,
okay. Few steps, that means 3 steps. So we're going to leave it like that. After taking a few steps,
something made them stop dead.
Okay. This is where the music is going to fade out because it changes. And I think I know exactly what I'm going for here. Let's see. We need. All right. This is always the tricky part. Okay, let's go something like. Let's just start with something like that for now.
Taking a few steps, something made them stop dead in their tracks.
Perfect. Right on the dot. Cut that. Sorry if I'm not paying attention right now. I can see stuff in the chat, but I need to be attention to detail. This stuff is really where you need to have your full attention, because I like to make it sound as realistic as absolutely possible. And sometimes it's hard.
Taking a few steps, something made them stop dead in their tracks.
Okay.
That essence, it can't be.
Okay. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? Stop dead in their tracks. I'm going to make a decision dinner. Okay. I'm good. I need more coffee. Okay. So, how am I going to do this? Let me think here.
Taking a few steps, something made them stop dead in their tracks. That has...
Nice, come back a little bit more. It's like I said yesterday in the stream. Nothing is set in stone until the final step, because sometimes the sound effects and stuff like that can cause you to move things around as well.
Stop dead in their tracks.
Too fast. Too fast.
Stop dead in their tracks. That essence, it can't be. A voice spoke from among the ruins, the voice being mature and motherly.
Okay.
Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken.
Okay. I need to push this out a little bit as well. Did I cut it? I can't tell if I did or not. I did. Okay.
Motherly. Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken.
Okay.
There's no way. That possibly can't be. From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns.
Okay, I want to add like she's stepping out kind of sound effect. But here's the thing. Rajora walks with a cane, so how do you imply that, like, step, cane, step, cane? Like, I'm trying to think of how it sounds when people walk with canes. Like, I sound like I'm making, like, a drum beat. Like a cane, tap, walk, tap, walk, tap. Something like that. I may have to go into Audacity for this. I'm just trying to think of how people walk with cane. Is there ever a stopping motion? I don't think so. Like, it's not like walking with crutches where you have to stop because you can't walk. You're actually, like, walking. Canes are just supposed to help you to keep your balance. So, let me think here. Does Jora even wear shoes? Fuck it, whatever. Okay, so tap, like a tap. There's got to be something that I can just use for that. There's got to be. Like, what would be a good sound effect? Like a tap. A tapping sound that I have. I know I've got something that could just count as something like that. Audio clip. Let me think here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See what I mean? This is why I like to have my head on straight when I do these things, because they take a lot of attention to detail. Okay, like a tapping sound effect. That could be something. Let me see. I've got so many things in here. Like maybe a knock? Bench grinder or no? Explosion. Definitely not. But we might need that for another thing. Do I have a knocking sound effect? Knock. Tapping on window. Okay, which one is it though? I can't tell. It's not that one. It's definitely not that one. Come on. It's gotta be this one. Yep, that's it. Okay, so now we're just gonna kind of go through the file and see if we can find like a tap sound effect, like a tapping sound effect. Alright, let's see what we got here. Like I just need a tap. Okay, let's turn that down. Let's turn that down. Oh, shit.
There.
No.
And it became
No.
to water with tears.
This is where things get tricky.
My daughter!
No. What's that?
Caught.
Oh. Jesus. People. No need to, that word.
Her child with unadulterated love and comfort.
Something like that. Something like that.
The elderly Qilin just.
Okay. I think that might be able to work. Let me check the pitches.
Completely bewildered that
This is where I really gotta think here. Okay, let me think here. This might work just fine, but I gotta get it correct. Okay, cut that. Cut this. I need to get that other little thing out. So something like, I just gotta zoom in. Nope, need to kind of push it out. Come on. Okay, let's see here. That might work. Let me see something. Okay, grab that. No. I said no! You piece of shit. Okay, grab that just in case. Okay, I have no idea where I am. Okay, there's the thing. Okay, now I gotta figure out where the hell I am. Okay. There's no way. Right here? We'll go something like this. That kind of does fit. Okay, hang on.
possibly can't be.
Okay. Okay, get that out. We need to go for it just a teensy bit little further. From out of the ruins.
From out of the ruins, a lady with long...
Okay, right here. So about right there. Okay, we're just gonna go something like that for now. Get the footsteps as well. Okay. So if you're walking with a cane, let's see. It's like every second step. Okay, let me see something here. Ah.
That possibly can't be. That possibly can't be.
Okay, this is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky because I've gotta get it absolutely correct. That's okay. Alright, let's see here. So the steps need to be faster.
That possibly can't be.
Okay. Oops. Whoopsie. Okay, I need to go for it just a little bit more. You son of a beanbag. Okay, like push this somewhere over here. Hang on.
From out.
This is gonna be tricky. Because I gotta get this absolutely correct. It can't sound wonky. Something is up here. So we need to do something like, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let's see. So that's on another track. Okay, it's on 6. So I need to somehow get this to, I need to do something with the volume. So let's turn that down just a little bit.
From...
How do you do a pitch effect? Oh, I know how. I know how. Just gotta get this correct. Okay, what if I add a volume?
From out.
Come on.
From out.
I'm just trying to think. This is gonna be tricky. I know I've said that a gazillion times by now, but yeah, this is gonna be a little tricky to figure out. So let me go to YouTube and see if I can't figure out how to make this sound better. Person walking with a cane. Sound. Let me see if I can just get something like this. What the hell did I do? No, go away. Walking with prop old man sound effect.
And it just has helped me so much with my school assignments.
So it's like da 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 da. So it's every other step. Let me go back again. See if there's another one. Blind person with a cane. That also works too. Cane sound effect, no. Stick walking stick in concrete. So it's like every one step. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to go into Audacity for this to make a homebrew sound effect, because I feel like that's all I can do. This is going to be too tricky here, so we need to make. We have to make it here. It's gonna be tricky. All right, file, import, audio. So we need the walking sound effect. Maybe. Okay. Today. Alright, USB drive is where I need to go. Need to go here. Then I need to get a whatever I had before. Knocking. That one. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's see. Was it this? Ow. Something like that can work. We just gotta get it correct. Okay, let's go pitch. Enable the pitch. Go something a little higher than that. Oh. I mean, that works. We're just gonna have to kind of toy with it. Okay, get rid of all this. Actually, no, what I need to do is this. Grab that. Control A. Delete. Back to the beginning. Control V. Now what we need to do is go to Effect. We need to amplify it. Negative, like 6. This is going to be tricky. I don't know how to explain it. It's just going to be hard to recreate the sound effect. Well, let me import and see what happens. Audio. That would be under my downloads. If I can find it. Right there. Okay, I need it to stop having a fucking, yeah. Really, come on, people. That one. Okay. Then I just need to get something like this. Control C. Control A. No, just this. Delete. It goes something like that. Nope, too fast. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. I need a cane sound effect. Walking sound effect. Cane.
Searching for the best SFX for your videos? Go to artlist.io to make your videos stand out. With sound effects recorded with
I mean, that works. Fuck it. Is there just a direct download link? Please tell me. Of course not. Of course not. Why would there be? Download. fuck? No, go away. Like half asleep over here. Okay. Let's just get rid of this. Either that or go something like file, new. Import audio. The new thing. Okay. Ow! Jesus. Something like that. I probably need more than that. So let's go something more like that. Control C. Like that. Alright, let's lower that as well. That'll work. Okay. A little small now. Like that, maybe? Too fast. Maybe even further out than that. Too fast. This is tricky. I might just go with that video that I saw of the old man. Because that was actually pretty on point.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty.
Oh, I see the mistake I made. I see the mistake that I made. Hang on. So when the cane hits, there has to be a walking sound effect as well. On top of that. Can I please? Fuck. That's what I mean. This is more than just... Yeah. Okay, so... On top of this... Okay. So I have to match it perfectly. Ah, shit.
Why do you follow me clear down the hall, dog?
Say something like this, maybe. now I just gotta get the spacing correct. Hang on. A little faster than that. Right here, maybe. Okay. Control C. V. Okay, I gotta get that more on point. Delete that. Okay, let me grab this. Control C. Right there, maybe. Something like that. Kind of works. Okay, let's put the cursor right here. No. Okay. I need a marker or something. Can't you place a marker or something? That'd be kind of stupid if you couldn't. Edit. Labeled audio, clip boundaries. Labels. That's what I need. Add label at section. Right there. That'll work for a minute. Control C. Now I need to go where that is. Yep. Actually, I got a better idea. Let's mix this together. Tracks, mix to mono. Okay, that'll work. Did I do that wrong? Oh, for fuck's sake. Mix. Oh, mix and render. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we can do this the easy way. So grab this. Control C. Control V. There. Now we've got this. It feels too fast though. It still feels too fast for me. So instead of that, because she is old, she's very old. Right there. Okay. Let's get this. Control C. Delete. V. Okay, this is throwing me off. Stop. Now, Control C. Maybe like something like that might work. That's driving me crazy. There's something off about this. And I think I might know what it is. Ah, shit, I gotta redo that then. Actually, no I don't. If I just go something like that, and go, let's see. Let's do the noise gate. And I haven't used the noise gate on this thing for quite a long time, so let's see if this might work. Okay, that's still not working. Did I not do it correctly? Hang on. Just trying to get this correct. Like, I'm just imagining how she would walk. So the noise gate needs to be a little bit more snappy. So let's see. I have not done this in a long while, so the decibel meter, let me see something. Hang on. There we go. Okay, now we're getting to the point where the noise gate's good. Round. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Oops. Okay, it was good the way it was before. Right about there. Okay. So the cane sound is good. I just need the step to be further out. Control C, delete. Yo, back here hearing some steps. Yeah, that's what you're hearing. Delete that. Okay. Let me go something like that. Shut that up. That way it doesn't sound weird. Let's go something like that. Oh, actually what I need to do first, I need to go effect. No, not there actually. Mix and render. Now we should do good. Right? Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, hang on. Oh, you have to select it? I didn't know that. Alright, let me do that real quick. Alright, tracks, mix, and render. There we go. There we go. Now we got her. She's not trying to walk fast. She's actually a slow walker. So maybe something like... Let me think here. Control C. Like, dump, dump. Like, maybe something like that. No, I don't like it. Oh, I gotta do this first. Control C. V. It'd be slow. It'd be slower. So somewhere right here, maybe? I don't know. It's just not sticking with me. And I don't know why it's not sticking with me. I don't know. And maybe it's just, I don't know. Okay. So now I've got to, let's see, go something like this. Control C. Control V. Now that we've got this in the right order. Control V. Let me see if that might look good or not. I think it's the step on the cane that's driving me crazy. I think it's that. I think that's what's driving me crazy. Because it doesn't sound right to me. For some reason, it just doesn't sound right to me. Either that or it's just the volume. I don't know. Let me try lowering the volume on it. -4. Maybe something like that. Control R. There's something about it that's not sitting right with me. Let me just delete that. Something ain't right. I've never walked with a cane too, so I don't know. Ah, shit. No. Control C. Okay, I need to go out a little bit more than that. A little further on than that. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Is Is it that the step isn't in the right spot? C, delete. Ooh, maybe. Control C, delete. Right there, maybe? C. Nope, smaller than that. Right there. I don't know. Something just isn't sitting right with me about it. It's driving me fucking crazy. V. Okay, let's just get rid of you because you don't matter here. It must just be the step that's driving me crazy. I don't know. Maybe offset the step with the thing a little bit. I don't know, guys. Add new. We need a stereo track. Like maybe something like, I don't know. Now, wow, you dipstick. Control C. We're just gonna keep trying until we get it. Control V. Okay, let me try that. Hang on. That. I think, I don't know, it's driving me fucking crazy. Is it the cane maybe that's a little too loud? Maybe. Let me try that. It's driving me crazy. I think it could be the cane that's going to drive me nuts if I don't get this correct. Or this is the whole thing about homebrewing sound effects. They can be a little tricky. Control C. Control V. Let's see if that might work. No, that's in the wrong spot. That's in the right spot now. Could also be the step that's a little too noisy for my liking. I don't know. I don't know. Control R. Let's try that. That's definitely off, because it hasn't been done twice. Sure, we'll do that. Okay, control. Where's the redo button? File. Nope, edit. Redo. I don't know, it's just bugging me. Like, what's a perfect example of a... Oh my god, this is gonna drive me absolutely fucking crazy. It just doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. Let's see.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities.
There's no sound. It just feels too fast. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel natural. It just feels unnatural. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird to me for some reason. Let me grab this. Control C, delete. Maybe push it out just a little more. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. Okay. Okay. Let's delete the rest of that and see if that might work. Oh, shit. I put it in the wrong spot. Control C, delete. Forgot, it's every other step. My god, this is gonna drive me absolutely insane. Delete. Control C, delete. I don't know. shit. We'll get it. It's just gonna take a second. It's just gonna take a second. This is all about just patience. Okay. Okay, now the step's in the wrong spot, for fuck's sake. Okay, let me grab this real quick. Control C. Control V. Control C. Control V. You dirty son of a bitch. That's not what I said for you to do. Control C. There we go. That might work. That might work. Let me listen one more time. Oh, you son of a beanbag! Oh, this is so infuriating. See, and the way I'm imagining her walking, it's like she would take 2 steps every single time that the thing would go. So like a ta-ta, like with the walking motion. It's driving me absolutely fucking crazy. Okay? Da-da. So it'd be like instant. What is that little... It's almost like that. Nope, too fast. Okay, that's gotta go. Da, da. Nope, it's too fast. I think, okay. I think the noise gate is what's fucking it up. Okay, then let me go like this. This is just gonna take some time, guys. It's all about patience and getting it correct. Okay, I need this thing to stop having a panic attack. Where is it? Running sound effect. That one. Oh, we're gonna have to redo the... Yep. We're gonna have to redo it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's the noise gate. The noise gate is fucking it up. I think it's also a little too snappy. Really? I think it's a little too snappy. And that's what's fucking it up. So let's go noise gate. I need to make it less snappy. So that would be, I'd have to go like that. Or is that making it worse? Oops. Attack. If you increase the milliseconds, then it gets more tight. Right? Oh god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Oh. Oops. Okay. Cancel. We're just gonna have to recreate it. Okay, so let's go back to amplify. -9, sure. Okay, get rid of that. I don't know, it's just driving me crazy. Dun dun. Like dun dun. So where was it? Like right here? Control C. Nope, too fast. Noise gate. Okay, so the lower I go, the faster it gets. Oh, I know what I need to do. I know what I need. You suck. Oh, this is so irritating. Go away. I know what I need to do. So there, for this one, I need to go. Never mind. I need to go back here. And you get this. Go back here. Put that there. Redo the amplification. You can amplify. Now we do it. Now we do it. Because that is more natural. Alright, let's go. Try this again. God. Whoever knew this would be so hard to make. Not terrible. I'm not hating it. Let me, okay. Okay. Let me play that. It almost seems too fast. Like, again, I'm never gonna be happy with this. I know I'm not. We'll see. Trophy. You sucker. Oh. I'm stupid. Get rid of that. Why? Just why? Okay. That I don't hate. I don't hate that. Let me go like this. Okay. Effect. No. Mix and render to one track. That I don't hate. I don't hate that. That's actually pretty good. However, there's a problem. You'll see. Like that, maybe? Something like that, maybe? I'm just never going to be happy with this, ain't I? Because how am I measuring her walking? She's using it as like a walking stick, like literally. She can't like really do much with her legs, so she needs the cane. So she struggles to walk, so she'd be a slow walker. She wouldn't be like on point with the actual cane itself. I think I can live with that. It's going to be a little awkward, but I think I can live with this. Now I just got to get it in the right spot, which is going to be a little tricky. We'll see. Actually, no, it won't. Because what I'm going to do is something like this. Okay, zoom in a little bit. So something like Control C, Control V. There we go. Now grab this, Control C. And that should work. Now if I just grab this, Control C, and do this over and over again, it should be on point. Which we're just basically going to copy paste quite a few times, just so we have a good amount of time in case we need it again, which we're going to need it again. Okay. I think I can live with that. Something, it's close enough. It's close enough to where it can work. Export selected audio. Regina, Kane, walk. Sure. All right, let's see if we can work with this in FL Studio now. Now that we have the good, like, a good amount of what we need now. I don't know. I didn't say to go up there. Okay, get rid of all this. Okay, we don't need that, so we're just going to go ahead and load it into 6. that would be in the music folder. Regina. Yep, that would be the one. Alright. Now, let's see where we can get with this, maybe, if it'll let me. Is it in the right spot?
From out of the ruins,
that actually doesn't sound too bad. Okay, let's...
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy...
Okay. Balancer, we don't need. Delete.
From out of the ruins,
Okay, shut up, me. Push that out.
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair.
Okay, shut up for a minute. Okay, it needs to be louder. Maybe if I can get... Oh my god. Oh my god, what a fucking fiasco. So what if I were to do something like take the pitch off?
From out of the ruins,
Okay. I like it. It's actually not that bad with all the sound effects and stuff like that. Alright, so let's just shut that up. I think it does need to be a little bit louder though.
From out of the ruins, a lady with
Okay, hang on. Let's go something like bringing it up.
From out.
Okay, let me try a limiter. See if a noise gate might help a little bit.
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfectly. She was tall, had a mild amount of wrinkles around her eyes, and used a cane to walk. There was no doubt who she was. That possibly can't be.
Okay, it needs to be a little further out than that. Right there.
That possibly can't be. From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfect.
Okay. So now that we got that fiasco taken care of, I think I can live with that. I don't like the pitch though. Let me just go back to the regular.
That possibly can't be.
No, I like the other one better.
That possibly can't be. That possibly can't be. From out of the ruins,
I think that it... God, I'm never gonna be happy with this, ain't I?
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfectly. She was hair and a pair of long hair and a pair of...
Maybe start right here. You sucker. Ay. Today is just not my day, is it? Okay, let's go something like... Jeez, that took way too long. That took way too long.
Sorry. The last caregiver was over here.
So watch what you say. Let's sample. Okay, what am I looking for again? I'm looking for music. Here. No. Maybe, I think there's a... Let's see. Red Legacy, Street Violence. No, it's not those ones. This one? That's the one. That's the one. Bring that down.
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfectly.
Maybe bring it back a little bit.
There's no way. That possibly can't be. From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Ganyu gasped at the voice, knowing immediately who had spoken. There's no way. That possibly can't be.
That'll work.
From out of the ruins, a lady with long icy blue hair and a pair of long horns stepped out into the light. Every aspect of her mirroring Ganyu perfectly. She was tall, had a mild amount of wrinkles around her eyes, and used a cane to walk. There was no doubt who she was, and it became all the more apparent upon her eyes beginning to water with tears. My daughter! My little Ganyu! She spoke, causing Ganyu to immediately begin to cry again, rushing forward and embracing her mother with love again.
Rushing. Okay, so that's running. We've got a sound effect for that, so. Okay, that took way too long. That should not have been that hard, but it was. When it comes to, like, mimicking how people actually walk with a cane, you have to think a little bit outside the box. Okay, what am I looking for? I am looking for running. Is it this one? That's one. Okay.
Again.
Okay.
Again. Rushing.
Okay. I need to go to 8. Does 8 already have something on it? No. We need a limiter.
Again. Rushing. Again. Rushing forward and embracing her mother with love. Again. Rushing forward and embracing.
Okay. Something like that. Can I cut that off? Yeah, I can.
immediately begin to cry again, rushing forward and embracing her mother with love and emotion unlike any other. Ganyu bawled like a baby, having never expected to see her mother ever again in her life. But here she was, alive and well. The elderly Qilin just embraced her child with unadulterated love and comfort, completely bewildered that her only child had returned there. "Shh. It's okay, sweetheart," she comforted emotionally. "Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Always." Ganyu just continued to cry, embracing a reunion she had longed for so long. She was in her mother's arms again, warm and safe after over 3 years she had longed for so long. She was in her mother's arms again,
There we go.
warm and safe after over 3,000 years. Kuching just let the two be, just as amazed by the sudden unexpected encounter as Ganyu. She thought that all of the Qilin were dead except for her beloved, but now it was possible that more lived with this discovery. The two embraced one another for a long time, up until they finally released their hold on one another and looked into each other's eyes. Mother and daughter were together again, and it was all because of fate. "Look at you," Ganyu's mother stated. "You grew into such a beautiful lady after all these years." "No doubt you have your mother's looks." Ganyu giggled at the compliment, just allowing her mother to talk to her. I can't believe you're here, Mom. I've missed you so much." "And I have missed you too, sweetheart. I never thought this day would come. But you have made it. You have made it back to your home." Ganyu wiped her eyes again, jumping at the sudden realization that she had yet to introduce her beloved. Oh, Mom, let me introduce you to someone very special to me," she stated sheepishly. "This is my partner and beloved, Kuching." The elder eyed Kuching with judgmental eyes. After all, she was a human, the very species that had nearly eradicated the entire Qilin race. Ganyu grew worried at her mother's expression and demeanor, scared that she might attack. However, she didn't pounce or say anything negative, only smiled. "Greetings, dear," she greeted. "My name is Rijora. I'm Ganyu's mother." Ganyu was bewildered, but she was also relieved that her mother had accepted Kuching with open arms. "I do apologize if I scared you for a second. I was simply reading your soul and saw that you are someone with a pure heart. Therefore, I have no reason to judge you harshly." "Thank you?" Kuching replied. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rijora." Rijora just smiled and bowed in acceptance, following with something that was expected. "You must have so many questions, sweetie, so allow me to answer them over some tea," Rijora explained. "Please, come with me. I just brewed a pot." Ganyu and Kuching nodded and started to follow Rijora to wherever she'd taken up residency after that tragic day thousands of years ago.
What timing? What timing? Wow. Okay, let's see. I have an idea. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is, because this is a pause, we are going to fade this, fade it out. And something like that. Nice.
The walk to Rajor's residence.
Okay, so now we need... Let's see. Okay, I need to figure out where I'm going to actually start. That's actually a pretty good pause. So, let's see. Let's see. Something like... Because I want the birds to be hearable. I want birds to be hearable because it's kind of decrepit. So that means that basically you can still hear things from the outside. Okay, let's copy the value. And it's all the way to the other thingamajig, the pause. Alright, so we're just going to go something like paste. Let's see where that goes.
The walk to Rajor's residence.
Nope, needs to be faster than that. Needs to be faster than that. Alright, let's go something like piece value. Maybe that might work. Too low. That needs to go up. Okay, copy value. Let me just see what happens. These are always tricky. Paste value.
The walk to Rajor's residence had taken no more.
Okay, so this needs to be pushed forward more. For sure. So push that forward more. I think that needs to go higher. I need to... This one? Yep. Maybe just a little more than that. Copy value. Paste value.
The walk to Rajor's residence had taken no more than 5 minutes, the abode being nothing more than a small hut occupied by a handmade bed, teapot, and some spare clothes. It was sad to see someone so accepting and caring living so poorly, but it was clear she'd known how to outlast the years, given that she was still alive and kicking. Rajor had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of some kind of tea neither of them were so poorly, but it was clear she'd known how to outlast the years, given that she was still alive and kicking. Rajor had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of some kind of tea neither of them were familiar with. Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk tea as much as she does now. Drinking tea was more of an adult habit than a child's, so both of the lovers had no idea what they were in for. Their server joined them on the wooden floor, pouring herself her own cup carefully.
Okay, I have a sound effect for that. We can adjust the volume if it needs to be adjusted. Okay, audio. Whoa, easy there, partner. G-money. Okay, pouring. Let's see. Is that in my YouTube folder or somewhere else? I don't actually know. Clinking glasses, no. I actually don't know if that's in my thing or not. I think I would have read a story like that by the time I started using my download folder. Oh, pouring. Yep, right there.
Pouring herself her own cup carefully.
Okay. Okay, right there. Alright, let's lower that.
Pouring herself her own cup carefully. She then sat the pot in the middle of the circle they'd formed, taking a subtle sip before starting her explanation on how she was somehow still alive.
Okay, stop.
Pouring herself her own cup carefully. She then sat.
I think that can be a little teensy bit louder. Because that's kind of low.
Pouring herself her own cup carefully. She then sat the pot in the middle of the circle they'd formed, taking a subtle sip before starting her explanation on how she was somehow still alive. I suppose I should start from the beginning. The day I had to make the hardest decision that no mother should have to make. Some thugs somehow got through the seals and attacked us with the sole intent of murder. We were drastically unprepared, believing that we were safe from outsiders. But I suppose fate had different plans. We shifted into our beastly forms and took the offensive, but were surprisingly subdued quickly by our foe's tactics.
Okay, hang on. Let me think here. It's almost too noisy. So let's go. Bring this lower just a little bit. Copy value. No, not paste value. Copy value. Paste value.
The walk to Rajor's residence had taken no more than 5 minutes, the abode being nothing more than a small hut occupied by a handmade bed, teapot, and some spare clothes. It was sad to see someone so accepting and caring living so poorly, but it was clear she'd known how to outlast the years, given that she was still alive and kicking. Rajor had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of some kind of tea neither. Rajor had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of.
Right there. That should be good.
Rajor had poured Kuching and Ganyu a cup of some kind of tea neither of them were familiar with. Seeing, as a child, Ganyu hadn't drunk tea as much as she does now. Drinking tea was more of an adult habit than a child's, so both of the lovers had no idea what they were in for. Their server joined them on the wooden floor, pouring herself her own cup carefully. She then sat the pot in the middle of the circle they'd formed, taking a subtle sip before starting her explanation on how she was somehow still alive. I suppose I should start from the beginning. The day I had to make the hardest decision that no mother should have to make. Some thugs somehow got through the seals and attacked us with the sole intent of murder. We were drastic intent of murder. We were drastically unprepared, believing that we were safe from outsiders. But I suppose fate had different plans. We shifted into our beastly forms and took the offensive, but were surprisingly subdued quickly by our foe's tactics. Your father, Vitoris, stood his ground to protect us, but eventually, his body succumbed to the blows. Out of pure instinct, I knew what I had to do, even if it broke my heart. I turned to you and told you to run and not stop until you were safe. It hurts so much to watch my only child leave, but I knew you'd die if I didn't make that decision. As for what happened after, I transformed and attacked without any hesitation. I took some hits and suffered some wounds, but I aimed for their heads and tore them off as fast as possible. I was hoping to force them to retreat out of fear, and it worked. They left and never came back again, but the damage had already been done. I attempted to heal your father back to health. Already been done.
So something like right here, maybe? $10. What is it? Flowered rust? I think that's the one. Reaver, no. That.
Done.
Oh, shit.
Done. I attempted to heal your father back to health, but the wounds had been too much. I grieved majorly, having to tend to my own battle scars, which were mild in comparison. After I was healthy enough, I headed out to find you, but came up empty after centuries of searching endlessly.
Okay.
I never wanted to give up, but age began to take its toll on my body. I slowly lost my ability to walk normally, and if I stayed out too long searching, I'd become ill. I'm so sorry, Ganyu, but I had no choice but to stop for the sake of my own safety. I just hope you can forgive me. Ganyu shook her head, putting a hand on her mother's shoulder. Mother, you don't need to be sorry for anything. You saved my life and gave me a longer life to live. I've met so many good people, experienced so many amazing things, and have found happiness because of your decision that day. Please, quit blaming yourself. I'm here now, safe and happy to be with you again. I love you, and always will, and will never blame you for age making it impossible for you to have continued to search for me. The fact you still wanted to look for me, despite your health, is enough for me to know that you've always cared and only did what you thought was best for me. Rajora wiped her eyes of her tears and met her daughter's gaze. A wave of relief suddenly came over her at her child's confirmation that she didn't blame her for anything. A relief she'd been searching for millennia. Thank you, sweetheart, she said with clear assurance, picking up and taking another sip from her teacup. You do not know how much this means to me. I finally have clarity and can sleep peacefully at night. However, there lies the greatest curiosity in my mind. How did you find your way back here? You were much too young to know how to access the seals. So how did you break them without teachings from the elders? Reality came back to Ganyu instantly, remembering why she had come here in the first place. Well, I recently had an epiphany, and in it, I learned how to do so. However, my reason for coming back wasn't to confront my greatest demons, but to obtain something that can help me better my Qilin abilities. Rajora made an expression that clearly showed that she knew exactly what her daughter was talking about, taking another sip and setting her cup off to the side. I see. and I understand. However, I must know what you'd need something like that for. What you seek is a very sacred treasure and must only be used for certain reasons. Not to mention, while you are an adult now, do you believe you are ready for such a thing? The simple answer is that I must be ready, Mother. This concerns the entire world, and unless our enemy is stopped, all of us will perish. She followed up by explaining the entirety of what had happened since the night of Leeway Harbor's destruction, making sure to include every critical detail to convince her mother that she must let her do what she'd come here to do. At the end of it, Rajora was shaken, shocked that such things had become her daughter's reality. It hurt her heart, and that was enough to convince her. My daughter, I am dearly sorry for everything that has happened to you and your partner. You've grown into such a responsible and strong lady, and I'm so proud of you for all you've done. This predicament more than meets the qualifications of using what you seek. Therefore, I will take you to it and teach you how to use it. Thank you, Mother. Ganyu thanked, happy that her mother had not changed at all after so many years. Rajora got to her feet and stated one thing before taking off to fetch the treasure Ganyu needed to gain an advantage in her current reality. After you two finish your cups, I'll guide you to the greatest treasure of the Qilin race. If I may ask, what exactly is this thing? Kuchin cut in, her curiosity burning to know the identity of this ancient relic. Ganyu and Rajora's gazes met instantly, her beloved nodding her head as if to confirm something important. Ganyu's mother nodded back, turning to Kuching to confirm whatever she and her daughter had agreed to. The Talisman of Ascension, Rajora confirmed. The only thing that can unlock a Qilin's true potential. A delicate process that can be dangerous if the host is not ready. But I believe, given what I've heard, Ganyu is ready to ascend past her current potential. Kuching nodded her head in agreement. Then she and her beloved were left to finish their cups. It was a quiet 5 minutes of slowly sipping down the unique brew, both of them knowing what came next would be a challenge that only Ganyu could conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin.
Alright, another fade out.
As a Qilin.
Fuji. Okay, hang on. I need to fix this. Oh, shit. Okay, first things first. Base value. Now I need to figure out where is the pause. There it is. Okay. Let's go. Paste value. Alright. Really? Come on. Let's see.
As a Qilin.
Okay.
Rajora had led the two lovers back to the ruins of the once Qilin society. Standing before the littered remains of the past, the two lovers back to the ruins.
Okay. This can fade in faster. Something along these lines. Push that. hang on. Let me see something.
Only Ganyu could conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin.
It's actually too short. Okay. Push. Push.
Only Ganyu could conquer with her strength and will as a Qilin.
Okay, let's see. That I can handle. Okay. Right there. So about right there somewhere.
Rajora had led the two lovers back to the ruins of the once Qilin society, standing before the littered remains of the past and awaiting further instruction from their guide. It was clear that she was reminiscing about the standing before the littered remains of the past and awaiting further instruction from their guide. It was clear that she was reminiscing about the times when her fellow brothers and sisters were still alive and wandering the village without any worry. Times she wished she could have back, but knew that was impossible. Mom, are you okay? Ganyu asked worriedly.
Hang on.
That was impossible. Mom, are you okay?
Does that even need to be cut?
Ganyu, but knew that was impossible. Mom, are you okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Ganyu asked worriedly. Yes, dear. Nothing more than a lady enjoying what once was the great pastime of the Qilin race. Rajora responded, her voice carrying a hint of emotion. Forgive me. The relics under these ruins where the main Elder Temple used to be. They were the ones who guarded it until a Qilin turns the proper age for the process. Allow me to change form real fast, so I can have the proper strength to lift this clutter. Ganyu shook her head instantly, knowing her mother was not in good enough health to transform. No, Mother. You're not in the right health to do that. I'll change and do the job. Okay? Rajora felt emotion to transform. No, Mother. You're not in the right health to do that. I'll change and do the job. Okay? Ganyu shook her head instantly, knowing her mother was not in good enough health to transform. No, Mother. You're not in the right health to do that. I'll change and do the job. Okay? Rajora felt emotion ping her heart, but knew very well that her daughter was absolutely right. Therefore, she swallowed her pride and allowed her child to take her position. Very well, sweetheart. She agreed. Just to be very gentle. You don't want to accidentally break the entrance where the talisman is being held. Got it. Ganyu assured, then, with careful focus, began to change into her Adeptus form. Just like in Inazuma, she grew the height of a monolith and became covered in icy blue fur that was as thick as a lion's mane. Rajora was quite impressed at her daughter's form, having not seen her that way ever since Ganyu was just a toddler. She was so proud that she smiled brightly, her daughter beginning to move aside all of the resting ruin of the peaks of serenity. Move aside all of the resting ruin of the peaks of to move aside all of the resting ruin of the peaks of serenity. As promised, Ganyu was very delicate with the litter, shuffling it aside with care, up until nothing but the ground was visible. That'll do, sweetie, Rajora commanded. I can handle the rest. Ganyu nodded her colossal head and quickly reverted back to her regular self. Rajora had already limped her way over to the target spot. Having stopped, limped her way over,
so that's walking.
Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot. Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over.
Dum 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 dum. Yep.
Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot. Sarah had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Ristala remoratiso! She exclaimed in a very foreign language that the lovers could only guess as some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a she tapped her
Okay. We're just gonna go the easy route.
She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, she tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed, opening wide to where.
Okay. So there's two sound effects I need here. So one is the, I can't remember what this one is called ever. It's like a pulse harmonic or something like that. I can never remember what the fuck this one is called. That's gotta be under downloads then. I don't think that's it. Shockwave, there it is. There it is. Okay, so let's do that. Then we need to add another one. Just something like... what would that be? I don't think that's it. Door open and close, no. Slam? No. It has something to do with the door. I know that for a fact. Creaking door, maybe? You sucker.
Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora.
Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Something to do with a rock, maybe? Hang on. Maybe that might work. Maybe this might work. Okay, it's down.
Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora. Opening wide to where it could be accessed.
Okay, that needs to be louder. Shockwave. I think it's this one.
Opening wide.
Yep, that's definitely that one.
Opening wide to where it. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and.
Let me see.
Into being. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with into being. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what. Into being. Opening wide to where it could be accessed.
Let me see something. Hey Don, I see you. Just give me a minute. It has to be extended.
Into being. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu.
Okay, it's still a little too... Like, come on.
Into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed.
Okay.
Into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw.
God, I hate sound effects like these.
Into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked opening wide to where it could be accessed.
It's gonna drive me crazy.
Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora.
Okay, hang on. You might be getting somewhere.
Opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and
No, that's not what I need.
entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw. Entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed.
That can work. Okay, I need something else first.
She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being.
Okay, hang on. Now we gotta figure out what we're doing here.
Some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light. Kind of Chilan art. Her horns began to glow, confirming they were about to engage deeper below the current ground level. Stay close to me, Rajora stated, walking onto the staircase and leading her two attendees down.
I kind of like this one right here. This is a little tricky to get correct. Now! Jesus. Let's see if that might work. Oh, oops. Okay, let's see here.
She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden... She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it...
I don't like that. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go with like the one that I usually use. It's this one.
Entrance had come into being, opening wide to where... only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible.
Okay.
Of the area. They were about to engage deeper below the current ground level.
Okay, hang on.
They were about to engage deeper below the current ground level. Walking onto the staircase and leading her to attendees down. Walking onto the staircase and leading her to attendees down.
Okay, I just need to zoom out. Because I need to be able to extend this more appropriately. So pull all that out.
But the ground was visible. That'll do, sweetie, Majora commanded. I can handle the rest. Ganyu nodded her colossal head and quickly reverted back to her regular self. Majora had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Ristala Remoratiso! She exclaimed in a very foreign language that the lovers could only guess as some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Majora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw.
Okay, stop. Alright, let me see about this.
Against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being.
Okay. This is on 12, I believe. No, 11.
Against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with against the ground, and in a sudden burst of
Jesus. Okay, that woke me up. Ooh.
Against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed.
Okay. I don't like that. So let's just...
Into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Majora. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Majora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light of the area.
Okay. That is a little too fast. It's right here, right?
Ganyu
Yes.
could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Majora, only to find Ganyu and Kuching met up with Majora.
Okay, met up. So that's walking. Okay, where is it? Footsteps right there.
only to find what looked like a gaping maw.
Okay. Just back.
Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light of the area.
Okay, am I happy with that? I don't know if I am or not.
And quickly reverted back to her regular self. Rajora had already limped her way over to the target spot, having stopped to look it over. Ristala remoratizo! She exclaimed in a very foreign language that the lovers could only guess as some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed. Ganyu and Kuching met up with Rajora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light of the area. Using some kind of Chilan art, her horns began to glow, confirming they were about to engage deeper below the current ground level. "Stay close to me," Rajora stated, walking onto the staircase and leading her to attending onto the staircase.
Let's see. Where's she gonna K-walk?
Onto the staircase and leading her to attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black.
Okay. Cut that.
Onto the staircase and leading her to attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black.
Okay. Now some things are gonna happen here. Let's see. I need walking.
Followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black. The lighting.
Okay. Then do something like this.
Followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black.
Okay. Now we need this to be unique. So we're gonna put that on 13. Okay, I need to figure out where I am. Ah, shit, which one is it? I can't find it. Where is it? There it is. Okay, 13.
Below the current ground level. To attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black.
Yep, there we go. Okay, it's correct. I think. Oh, yeah, it is correct. It is correct. So I'm for about right here somewhere. Okay, reverb. We're in like a underground cave area, so let's go something like
to attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajora's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way.
Okay. A few things are happening here. Let's see. We need this to start fading out. Okay. Automate. Volume. I need to figure out where. Let's see. About right here. First things first, I need to do this. Paste value. Okay, now I need to go back to the beginning. Oh wait, never mind. It's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore. Okay, never mind. Alright. Let's go something like this.
A sea of black, the lighting of Rajora's horns being followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajora's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. It seemed like they'd been...
Okay. Now I need for this to fade out and for the next sound effect to fall in. Let's go 13. Or not 13, excuse me. 14. Get the right sound effect, which is on the USB. Yep. Dungeon. Okay. So what I can do is something like this. A crossfade kind of sort of effect. Hello? Oh. Alright. And as they start to... about right there. Automate. Volume. Gee, money. I forgot to turn that down. We need a bouncer. Something along the lines of that. Nope. Don't like that. So let's go something like that, maybe. Dungeon dripping. You push that forward a little bit more. Where is it? Oh, right there. Tired. Very tired. What the fuck? What did I do? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, where am I? Fuck me in the ass. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just being a pussy. I forget. You can do this. It's not that big of a deal. So let's just push this out all the way. Okay, I don't got time for this bullshit. Where am I?
In the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues.
Oh my god, we're still here? Oh Lord. Oh Lord, have mercy. Hello? Oh. There it is.
To come next. At first, there was nothing but silence, up until Ganyu suddenly felt a surge of anger.
Okay, that's correct. That's correct. We can sort that out when we get there. I accidentally deleted the wrong track. Whoops.
Followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. It seemed like they'd been walking for at least 20 minutes, up until Rajor stopped dead. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing.
Okay, I think that can come back a little bit more. Not that far.
Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only.
Okay. Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black. That's where it needs to go. Okay, so I need...
Eventually falling into...
Okay. We need, I can't find it for some reason. There it is.
Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. It seemed like they'd been walking for at least 20.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay, so I need to go like something like, let's see. Let's go like, say, 4th step. So, boom, 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 boom. Something like that, maybe?
Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black.
There we go. Much better effect. Okay, now let's go something like... this. See if this might work.
Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. Eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way.
There we go.
It seemed like they'd been walking for at least 20 minutes, up until Rajor stopped dead. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again. Immediately, her cane's base on the ground.
Okay. I need the cane again. This thing. Okay. I can use the sample. Then I need to give some reverb. Okay, so that should be on 15, I think. Okay, it's the right thing. I just need reverb. So what was it? Like default... Fuck. Default at like 20% or something like that?
She tapped her cane's base on the ground again. Immediately dead. She tapped her cane's base on...
I can't hear anything.
Dead. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again.
Did I do that correct? Hang on.
Staircase and leading her to...
Fucking hell, it's on the wrong track.
Staircase and leading her to attendees, the lighting of Rajor's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again. Immediately, she tapped her cane's base on the ground again, immediately causing something to happen that neither of their two lovers had expected. A path that illuminated a blue glow as if it were a guide leading them to their preferred destination. Rajora confirmed that theory true upon her next statement. The elders devised a path that could only be accessed by a Qilin to assure safety for the talisman. This entire underground is a massive labyrinth, so please, remain on the lit pathway, or this place might just end up being your tomb. Ganyu and Kuching nodded in agreement, continuing further into the underground labyrinth,
Wak, I need the one with the actual effect on it. Is that this one or the other one? I do not know. I can't tell.
Continuing further into the underground labyrinth and being sure to tread carefully. It took a long 30 minutes to reach the end of the path, having come to a door with 3 specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to reach the Peaks of Serenity. We may have a problem, dears.
Okay, stop for a minute. No, it was me being overreactive. A drama queen. Anyways, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Attention to detail time.
We may have a problem, dears, Rajora stated, putting a hand to her face in slight stupidity. I forgot that there were 3 elders for a reason. This door must be opened by 3 Qilin all at once, and unfortunately, there's only 2 here at the moment. They truly knew how to secure something that they knew that, if it ended up in the wrong hands, could cause the end of the world. Ganyu wasn't ready to give up, seeing she'd come this far and wasn't going to let a clever form of security stop her. She put a hand to her chin, hoping to find a solution, but Kuching beat her to the punch. Wait, I think I might have a solution that might just be crazy enough to work. Rajora's eyes bulged in curiosity, open to anything that might progress their current predicament, so she just agreed. What's your plan? Well, it's definitely a long shot, but I thought back to something Ganyu said earlier, and it just might be the solution. She stated that because I'm her lover and we share a strong bond, I'm family to the Qilin race in her eyes. Therefore, even though I'm not one of blood, maybe if Ganyu and I hold hands or something, it can fool the door? Rajora expressed a look of doubt, but given nobody had any better ideas, she was up for it.
Okay.
Not going to lie, sweetie. That's quite a foolish suggestion. Not going to lie, sweetie. That's quite a foolish suggestion, but also very clever. Let's try it.
Alright.
Kuching smiled and nodded, to which Ganyu took her hand tight and positioned herself in front of the far right seal. Kuching took the middle seal, and Rajora manned the far left, all 3 placing their hands on their respective seal.
Okay.
When you're ready, I'll start the process of breaking the seals,
Alright.
Rajora instructed. Got it. But what should I do to break mine? Kuching questioned, to which Ganyu answered quickly.
Okay.
Just think of the memories you've had with me. Our bond is the key, and the more you think of our memories together, the more energy is exhumed. Kuching nodded with a smile, confident that she with a smile.
I do have a small proposition for you. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I may or may not take it.
With a smile, confident that she could do it. Right. Thanks, Ganyu.
Okay.
Ganyu just bowed her head as an answer, to which Rajora took action of preparing for the process of breaking the seal.
Okay.
On the count of 3. Kuching took that as her cue to begin the reminiscing, so she closed her eyes and went into a deep trance to remember all of her recent memories with her beloved.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately finding the first most precious memory of Ganyu she treasured. The night they finally confessed to one another and made love together.
Hang on.
She envisioned the feeling of her. The night they finally confessed to one another and made love together.
Da, da, da,
She envisioned.
da, 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 yeah, that is the song for this part. Okay, that'd be on 16, right? Yeah, that's where we are. Da, 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 da. It's a challenge, one very dear to my heart. Okay. Reversion. Which one is it, though? Hang on. Because I know I have the original and old one. Well, let's just scroll down to the yard and see what happens, huh? RS. Well, I thought I had the original one on here anyway. I know I do somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Okay. I like this version better. Alright, let's turn it down a little bit. 15. Okay, turn this down.
There. She envisioned the feeling of her beloved pleasuring and exploring her with absolute curiosity and bliss, up until her body succumbed to it all. That was a night she'd never forget, and the next one was just as prominent. The scream that had awoken her out of a short sleep.
Oops.
The moment that had strengthened their bond as lovers.
Not the right one.
That was the night her beloved had shared her most tragic and personal memory. A sign of absolute trust and true love. Next came when Ganyu had served her dinner in Sumeru, followed by their first bath together, their night on the bow of the Yaokor, and lastly, the moment where it all began. The day of Kuching's initiation as the Yuheng, and when she saw Ganyu for the very first time. She had been standing with her back to her outside. She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her.
Okay, yeah, getting a little too noisy. Getting a little too noisy. Now I need to.
She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her as a background and caused her to stand out. While she hadn't known it yet, that had been the moment her spark for Ganyu had been lit in her heart, especially when she had turned to face her for the first time and she had seen Ganyu's beautiful eyes.
Okay, this is a scene where I want to reenact exactly how it's being presented.
She had been standing.
Okay, so let's go something like. Uh-oh. Is it gonna do the thing where I have to re-import a stupid thing again?
She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset.
Yep, it's gonna make me do it. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's not that difficult to deal with. Oops, wrong place. I'll worry about the big ones in just a second, the big sound effects. Come on. That's the one. All right. Laura. Balance. Probably goes lower, honestly. But right there.
She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her as a background and caused her to stand out.
Okay. There's something I want to do here. Let's go something like. I need the thingamajig. This. Let's go this. Okay. Now I need to lower the volume of this particular track.
She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her as a background and caused her to stand out. While she hadn't known it yet, that had been the moment her spark for Ganyu had been lit in her heart, especially when she had turned to face her for the first time and she had seen Ganyu's beautiful eyes. At that time, she couldn't even say a word because she was awestruck by the woman she'd laid eyes on. She had no idea how Ganyu had taken her likely awkward as hell stare, but it didn't matter now, because they were together and loved each other dearly. Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member, Ningguang had said.
Hang on. I gotta think here. TLDR, there's a story I need writing about a character I'm very deeply passionate about that I recently made, or where I'd love that story to have your name on it. As the author, you're the best writer personally now. I can't, I'm sorry, but I can't take that right now. I've got way too much on my plate. Like, on top of everything else that's happened in 2024, I've got this, I've got RTBAA, and all sorts of other stuff. Like, yeah, I just can't take that right now. No way.
Ganyu.
Okay, hang on. Yujing Terrace is open. I don't think there would be, like, a thing. I don't think there would be.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member, Ningguang had said.
I think that the birds are a little too loud. Like, I don't, because we're not in a forest. We're in, like, a business area. So there would be birds, but they wouldn't be as loud. So let's go something like, wait, what's on 16? Hang on, let me look. Reversion. Okay. My bad. Let's go like, sure. Okay, where is the second birds at? Running in the forest. Okay, that is number 17. We need to go here. Need to shut these up a little bit more.
Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member, Ningguang had said. You two will be working together a lot, so it's best you two get to know one another well. That's when Ganyu had turned, and Kuching had been love-struck silly. Oh, coming, Lady Ningguang, Ganyu had said, and had hurried to meet her new co-worker.
Had hurried.
Hello there.
So,
And had...
running. Let's see. Footsteps. We need these.
And had hurried to meet her new co-worker. Hello there.
Shut up.
And had hurried to meet her new co-worker. Hello there. My name is Ganyu. I'm the head secretary for Yujing Terrace. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Kuching had just stood still, probably making Ganyu heavily uncomfortable, up until Ningguang had knocked her out of Cupid's influence on her senses. Lady Kuching, aren't you going to say anything? She had jumped back to reality, having cleared her throat to regain her composure. My apologies, Lady Ganyu. My apologies, Lady Ganyu. The sunset is just, you know, quite appalling that I lost focus for a second. My name is Kuching, and I'll be working alongside you as you hunk. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After her bumbling, all Ganyu had done was bow respectfully as a response. It had been a very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating.
Okay. Now the dungeon needs to come back in. Let's see here.
It had been a very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field,
It's like right here somewhere. So, let me think. Automate, volume. Okay, so this is where it would start to run back in. So like right around here. Maybe a little bit less of a such abrupt, maybe something like that. I gotta come back here, I gotta bring this down because we don't want any noise. Okay. Now, let's see where we're at. I need to get I have to shut the birds up as well. Right there. Something like that. Alright, so bring the forest, making you use a sample. Actually, no. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? Brain, wake up. Main volume. Right there, right there. About right there, I'd say.
To a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating a glow as bright as the sun. Not only that, her plan had succeeded, and the seals had all been broken. She was flabbergasted. She'd managed to, through probably the most absurd plan she'd ever devised, surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was the former Yu-Hung, seeing only someone like that could make something so comical actually work. I can't believe that actually worked, she stated as a way to congratulate herself. Nor can I. Huh. It seems my daughter sure has something truly special. More than you can ever imagine. Ganyu chimed confidently. Kuching blushed at the compliment, rubbing the back of her neck shyly. Rajora broke the flood of graces by re-establishing why they were there in the first place.
Perfect timing.
All right, now comes the most dangerous part. The ascension itself. Across the room in front of them was 3 things. Closest was a stone pedestal that housed one thing that resembled an oversized Mora. Then, on the far side, was a golden statue of a Qilin that had a provided seat in the center between its 2 front legs. Last was hieroglyphs that told a story of an ancient past that was plastered on all 3 of the walls, most likely something in relation to what was about to occur. I'll only ask one more time, Ganyu. Are you sure you want to do this? Because once the process starts, there's no going back. Yes, I must do this for the safety of Teyvat's people. Very well. Then please take the talisman and stick it into the slot in the middle of the statue's forehead. From there, you will seat yourself in the middle section of it and await the Qilin god to connect with your psyche. You will be on your own from there. So good luck, and do your best to earn the knowledge of the talisman. Whenever you are ready, sweetheart. Ganyu nodded her head and walked forward to the pedestal support and walked forward to the pedestal and walked forward to the ped and walked forward.
Walked forward, okay. Which one? Is it this one?
And walked forward to the pedestal supporting the talisman.
Wait, what? I forgot to add a fucking thing to it, didn't I?
And walked forward.
That's it. Okay, 13. Okay, first things first, let's move this down, because I need to add that first. Limiter.
And walked forward to the pedestal supporting the talisman.
There we go.
After taking a long breath, she took the talisman from its resting spot and placed it in the slot positioned on the statue's forehead. Once the relic was in place, Ganyu took another deep breath to calm her nerves, then sat herself in the provided throne, awaiting whatever was to come next. At first, there was nothing but silence, up until Ganyu suddenly felt a surge of ancient
power. We could probably use something like this again.
Surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious.
Okay. Now I gotta figure out which one.
Surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman.
Ooh, that one kind of feels like a...
Surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had a surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had officially begun.
I think I like the one that was positioned. The right spot. Ah, shit, which one was it? Oh, fuck. Was it this one?
Ancient power attack her.
Yep, it was. Alright. Just cut these down.
Ancient power attack her senses. They felt a surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman. They felt a surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had officially begun.
Okay. Oh, right. It goes into another part, duh.
Surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had officially begun. Surge of ancient power attack her senses. A sensation that overwhelmed her instantly and knocked her unconscious. The trial of the talisman had officially begun.
That'll work. That'll work just fine. Now, am I happy with everything? Is the question. God. I'm happy with everything, like from the beginning, but it's when we got to like the parts where things get kind of attention to detail heavy, where I kind of got more iffy.
At 5 minutes of slowly sipping down the unique brew, both of them knowing what came next. Mom, are you okay? Could only guess at some ancient Adeptus language. She tapped her cane against the ground, and in a sudden burst of light, a new entrance had come into being, opening wide to where it could be accessed.
That's good.
Ganyu and Kuching met up with Verjora, only to find what looked like a gaping maw with a staircase just visible in the light of the area. Using some kind of Chilean art, her horns began to glow, confirming.
It's not an urgent thing. Her story is an ongoing process right now. It'll probably not be sent some for maybe another couple of years. Oh, okay.
Her horns began to glow, confirming they were about to engage deeper below the current ground level. Stay close to me, Rajora stated, walking onto the staircase and leading her two attendees down. Ganyu and Kuching followed closely, eventually falling into nothing but a sea of black, the lighting of Rajora's horns being the only thing guiding them the right way. It seemed like they'd been walking for at least 20 minutes, up until Rajora stopped dead. She tapped her cane's base on the ground again, immediately causing something to happen that neither of the two lovers had expected. A path that illuminated a blue glow as if it were a guide leading them to their preferred destination. Rajora confirmed that theory true upon her next statement. The elders devised a path that could only be accessed by a Chilean to assure safety for the talisman. This entire underground is a massive labyrinth, so please, remain on the lit pathway, or this place might just end up being your tomb. Ganyu and Kuching nodded in agreement, continuing further into the underground labyrinth and being sure to tread carefully. It took a long 30 minutes to reach the end of the path, having come to a door with 3 specific patterns across it that resembled the seals Ganyu had broken to reach the Peaks of Serenity. We may have a problem, dears, Rajora stated, putting a hand to her face in slight stupidity. I forgot that there were 3 elders for a reason. This door must be opened by 3 Chilean all at once, and unfortunately, there's only 2 here at the moment. They truly knew how to secure something that they knew that, if it ended up in the wrong hands, could cause the end of the world. Ganyu wasn't ready to give up, seeing she'd come this far and wasn't going to let a clever form of security stop her. She put a hand to her chin, hoping to find a solution, but Kuching beat her to the punch. Wait, I think I might have a solution that might just be crazy enough to work. Kuching took that as her cue to begin the reminiscing, so she closed her eyes and went into a deep trance to remember all of her recent memories with her beloved. 1, 2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately finding the first most precious memory of Ganyu she treasured. The night.
Hang on. I think I've got an idea for that. Something that I think is actually pretty cool for this.
To one another and made love together.
Hang on.
Quickly, immediately closed her eyes and went into a deep trance to remember all of her recent memories.
Right there. Like if I shut the dripping up and it kind of goes, like it just goes silent. So what I would need to do is not that. Like just let the story tell itself. Or not let the story tell itself, but let the feeling of the trance sit in all by itself.
Closed her eyes and went into a deep trance to remember all of her recent memories with her beloved. 1, 2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately.
Oh, hang on. I need to get in the right spot. Okay, hang on.
2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately finding the first most precious memory of Ganyu she treasured. The night they finally confessed to one another and made love together.
Okay. So something like that, but a little faster.
2, 3. Kuching worked quickly, immediately finding the first most precious memory of Ganyu she treasured. The night they finally confessed to one another and made love together. She envisioned the feeling of her beloved pleasuring and exploring her with absolute curiosity and bliss, up until her body succumbed to it all. That was a night she'd never forget, and the next one was just as prominent. The scream that had awoken her out of a short sleep. The moment that had strengthened their bond as lovers.
Ah, shit.
That was the night her beloved had shared her most tragic and personal memory, a sign of absolute trust and true love. Next came when Ganyu had served her dinner in Sumeru,
I can't
followed
tell.
by their first bath together, their night on the bow of the Yaokor, and lastly, the moment where it all began. The day of Kuching's initiation as the Yuhung, and when she saw Ganyu for the very first time. She had been standing with her back to her outside of Yujing Terrace, a sunset having adorned her as a background and caused her to stand out. While she hadn't known it yet, that had been the moment her spark for Ganyu had been lit in her heart, especially when she had turned to face her for the first time and she had seen Ganyu's beautiful eyes. At that time, she couldn't even say a word because she was awestruck by the woman she'd laid eyes on. She had no idea how Ganyu had taken her likely awkward as hell stare, but it didn't matter now, because they were together and loved each other dearly. Ganyu, come here and introduce yourself to our newest staff member.
Yep, I like that better. I like that way better. Lot more better pace.
As a response. It had been a very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that, once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating a glow as bright as the sun. Not only that,
happened.
her plan had succeeded, and the seals had all been broken. A very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that, once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating a glow as bright as the sun. Not only that, her plan had succeeded, and the seals had all been broken. She was flabbergasted. She'd managed to, through probably the most absurd plan she'd ever devised, surpass ancient magic older than her entire family. There was no doubt that she was the former Yuhung, seeing only someone like that could make something so comical actually work. I can't believe that actually worked, she stated as a way to congratulate herself. Nor can I. Huh. It seems my daughter sure has something.
Okay. Now let's check this.
Talisman had officially begun. Talisman had officially begun.
I don't know how that got there. Okay, that's fine. But I gotta go back to that fade in. Be absolutely sure nothing went wrong.
Had done was bow respectfully as a response. It had been a very awkward start to a growing bond, but after a few times working out in the field, she and Ganyu had grown close as colleagues. She was so deep in her memories that she hadn't even realized that, once she had opened her eyes, they were radiating a glow as bright as the sun. Not only that, her plan had succeeded, and the seals had all been broken. She was flabbergasted. She'd
Yep, I can be happy with that. I can be completely happy with that. Okay, I think that's good enough. So let's export her. TBOIAL chapter 25 full mix. Ugh, I need these off. Oh. So that'll take a second. Oh. Years. Okay. That wasn't actually too bad. The worst part was the fucking cane walk. Ugh. That was bad. Because I had to recreate basically the sound of someone walking with a cane. And I didn't really know how to put that. Like, I had to time the cane sound to the feet. Which, Ganyu's mother's pretty old, and her legs really aren't the best anymore, so she would walk really slow. Oh, ouch. Oh. Okay. love the editing live stream. It's so uncomfortable getting to see one of my longest known friends and chat. Yeah, if only it was fun for me. If only it was fun for me. God, that part where I had to make the goddamn cane walking thing. Ugh. Did not wanna. Brain did not want to work. I think I actually have a representation of what I wanted a Ganya's mother to actually look like. I'd have to go to... maybe if I can find it. Me. Yes, that's me. I know that. Okay. I need to go... It was something like this, wasn't it? Download, whatever. Open. Yeah, that or something like that. Download. It was either something like that. Hang on, let me... let me get to where I can actually see the camera. Something like that, maybe. Let it focus a little bit. It was either something like that or like... wrong way. That. It will not want, it does not want to focus, but yeah, something like that is what yours is supposed to look like. Just imagine her with a cane. I used an AI generator, so it's not meant to be taken seriously. It was just for a test. Because, yeah, Rajor's just, she looks a lot like Anya, but she's older. And walks with a cane, because she old. She got so, her legs got so bad because she spent so long looking for her daughter that basically she, yeah, she lost her legs, basically gave out on her because she couldn't, she had just worn them out from searching for her daughter for so long. In fact, here, let me get a better, like, perspective of it. I can actually just upload that to my drive. So let me just do that real quick from my phone. And hopefully YouTube don't get mad at me. Oh. They shouldn't. Upload. Boom, boom. New. Upload. Boom. Okay. Let's just ignore this. Yeah, we can close that now. Maybe. Google. Oh my god. Let me show you what I wanted to give Verjor to look like. Let's see, recent. Now that you can see her more appropriately. Maybe. But yeah, that's basically, well, her story is very, very tragic because, well, she lost her daughter to an invasion, pretty much. What the hell is this? I didn't push shared with me, you dipstick. I pushed recent. Oh my god. There we go. Wait, why is it image 9 again? Did I double upload? Let me see. I did. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Let me try that one again. That. Either like that. Let me refresh. So either something like this, maybe. Google Drive, could you please just behave? I get impatient, okay? Yeah, so something like that or something like that. Like a look like that is what I would want for her. I don't know if Ganyu actually has ears, like actual ears, because if you look at the character, her ears are kind of hid. Well, she is half Adeptus and half human, so I don't know. Ganyu. If it'll let me, not Gamui. Ganyu. Thank you. So Ganyu's ears are actually very covered. That's the actual official art from Hoyoverse themselves. Yeah, you don't know if there's any ears back there. Oh, I see something. I see something right there. So I think she does actually have actual ears because there's an ear right there, right on the other side where you can actually just see something right through her hair. You can't even see it in game. It's beautiful, but the second one is more sophisticated and mature. So you like that one more. And if you see anything abnormal, it's not my fault. It's the AI generator. AI art is interesting. It can either come out horrible or good. Well, this one is also the same. It's just what it shows. Like I like that one because it like fits the culture, Chinese. But this one just looks like more like she's at a party or something like that. What is this long black thing? I have no clue. A cane. I think that was supposed to be a cane. Well, let me just read the prompt. What was the prompt? It was elderly woman with pure gray hair highlights, long red and black horns, elderly age, wrinkled skin, dressed in a Chinese robe. Straight long hair, wearing glasses, holding a cane. And she's holding a drink. Oh boy. The colors are too sophisticated and vibrant for a sophisticated and older woman. Well, keep in mind, she's like over probably, well, let's see, if Ganyu's over, how old is she again? She's over 3,000, isn't she? Ganyu age 3,000. So if Ganyu's over 3,000, her mother would be easily over. So if Ganyu is 3,000 and looks like she's around mid to late 20s, her mom is easily got to be over 10,000 years old. So yeah, she's old. And I don't know what the hell's going on right there, but I think that's supposed to be the cane handle, but it completely obliterated it. Alright. Now let's check that in Audacity. Hello. You son of a bitch. There we go. Alright, let's just double check it. If it'll let me. Computer is getting a little, I don't want to work anymore. Import audio. Like, think of Ganyu as like Celestia and Luna. It's that kind of thing. Like, they age differently. Like, Ganyu's over 3,000 years old, and she looks like she's like 25 to 30 years old. Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm in downloads. That's what's going on. Music. DBOIL chapter 25. Full. Fall. Thank you. I think if someone could redraw the one in the white and black gown, change the wine glass to a cane topper. Yeah, there's also, if you don't know who Kuching's, or who Kuching is. Oh God. Kuching. That's Kuching. Hello. Good. Okay, fine, I'll do this. I love the dress they gave her. She's so pretty. But that's Kuching. And if you want to know, no, the things on top of her head are not cat ears. They are actual hair. People thought that for such a long time. No. Nopey nope, nope, nope. But that's Kuching. I love the purple. She was my first 5-star, so yeah. And I love Ganqing. It's such a cute little ship. Just like Ningguang and Beidou. But yeah, this story has gotten a lot more like, what's the word I'm looking for? Complex than I thought it would get. That's a very pretty and ethereal looking. Oh, that's very pretty and ethereal looking. Is it bad that I don't know what ethereal means? I know the word ethereal. Extremely delicate and light in a way to see to perfect for its fall. Okay. Well, they end up together in a relationship. in basically a world that is on the brink of war. Not on the brink of the war. They're actually in a war, but on the brink of destruction is what I should say. Like, Ganyu and her basically were the only ones left after the destruction of their home. And now they're basically saying, okay, you destroy our home, we're going to come back and bite you in the ass. So basically, the hardest part about the story was trying to get Ganyu and Kuching together. Because here's the thing. Ganyu and Kuching in-game, while they are colleagues, are like fire and ice. They aren't like, like yanderes or anything like that. No. Ganyu and Kuching come from like two different like sides of the railroad tracks. Like Ganyu came from godlyhood. Like she was like, she fought with the gods and everything in the Archon War, which was over 100 years, which was over 500 years ago. I think it was 500. 500 years ago. So she's fought with the gods and has a good relationship with the gods. But then there's Kuching, who has a mindset of God should not interfere in human affairs. Which is a fair point. I really do think that's fair. I find Kuching's like analogy really understandable. Okay, I'm not seeing anything abnormal, so that's a good sign. Very good sign. Okay, there is something in there. So getting these two together wasn't easy. It all came from, why does this go out so far? Oh shit. What did I do?
The trial of the talisman had officially begun.
Okay, I think I know what happened. Okay, there's only one little problem, and I can fix that real quick. It's not that big of a deal. What I did was there's something... I see it. I forgot to cut this down. Okay, I need to be able to see what's going on over here. There we go. Okay, so now I just bring this back. Make sure I don't block anything
Had
out.
officially begun.
Perfect. All right, now let's try that again. All right, let's try that again. TBOIAL chapter 25, full mix fixed. Okay. So basically how it went was Ganyu and Kuching were basically put into a situation where they had no choice but depend on one another. Like, they had to basically they're the only thing that's left after the destruction of their home. They even meet in the middle of the battle that's going on, and Ganyu saves Kuching's life because Kuching's basically on the brink of death, has a giant slash right here in her shoulder, and she's bleeding and all that lovely stuff. So Ganyu basically saves her life and takes her to safety. But then, because there's like healers in this game, so you can like literally get insta heal. So Ganyu saves her life, takes her to safety, and then they work on getting back against the people who took their home. So basically, they were put into a situation where they had to depend on one another because they were the only thing left. And I paced it well. I basically made it so that the relationship was real. It wasn't fake. So I basically made it so that, there's hints of it, but they really have to build the bond. That they don't do the thing until chapter 15, I think. It's been a while. I think it's chapter 15 when they finally do. Fan fiction, there we go. Not Facebook. Fan fiction. Thank you. chapters. It was Breaking Free. Chapter 14. I was close. So in chapter 14, they finally confess their feelings and all that stuff because they finally, have realized, even though they were different, they aren't so different after all. And then, yeah, it's just been a blast writing them as a couple because it's so cute. I love it. Like, romance stories are sometimes the most fun to write because, one, it's different. Like this, I consider this story a grimdark because it is a very dark story. Like constant dread and all that lovely stuff. Like at the beginning, it feels like hopeless. So, how a grimdark is described is a constant feeling of hopelessness or dread. This story has those moments. There's even a point where Ganyu gets hurt and Kuching freaking loses it. Not to mention, I've put more freaking writing into Ganyu's freaking backstory than Hoyoverse ever thought of. All we know about Ganyu in-game is that she was basically an orphan that somehow got separated from her parents. She was taken in by Cloud Retainer, one of the Adepti. Basically a godly being, like a godly divine being with special powers and stuff. She was taken in by them, raised, and basically became a protector for Teyvat, Leeway. She fought in the Archon War against the gods that were fighting against one another and saved the world. You don't need to know the game in order to know this. You don't. Like, if you want to give it a read, it's on my fan fiction under the same exact name. It's actually a really good story. I'm really proud of how well I've done this, because the hardest part was making the romance not rushed. So I had to track it out very, 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 very carefully and make them seem like they were falling for each other, even though they secretly have always had a crush on one another. And just like with Savior, I did actually write a song for this story. It's just a matter of performing it. It's a song, the song's name is Breakaway, and not Kelly Clarkson's version. And it's told from both of their perspectives. So the first one would be Kuching talking. From the first time till the last fight, we braved the world's greatest might. Where did it start? When you stole my heart, when we'd never fall apart. Just rest your head tonight, no more fears and frights. Just take your hand in mine, spread your wings and fly away into the sky. Join me in serenity for a while. Let me guide you tonight. May my love be your light. Just rest away in peace. I'll keep you safe. Just take this moment to escape and break away. Then, Ganyu's verse. From the first time to the last time, you protected and held me tight. That day we fell was the day I felt that our bond was something else. So look into my eyes. We don't need to lie. We were meant to be. Set your heart free. Away into the sky. Show the world your light. Let me show you the world in a way you've never seen before. While the fight rages on, we will find a way. Let's take this moment to escape and break away. And then the chorus where they come together. Basically, it follows the... actually, no. Oh yeah, that part isn't in here. To the moon and the stars, through space and time, to the beating of our hearts, to the end of our days. We'll find a way into the sky. Let's take a chance till the day we die. With you by my side, the world is ours tonight. While the fight rages on, we don't have to stay. Let's take this moment to escape and break away, because the world is ours tonight. They complement one another. Ow. Hello, Max JRDZPS. My God. But yeah, I love writing stories like these. Like Savior was a lot of fun to write. The Twilight and Sunset one. That one was a lot of fun. So that's why I wanted to write this, because one, I love this ship and I love these characters. Like, Anya's my favorite character, 100%. A lot of people don't like her because she's like the shy girl, like, overworker type. But I love Ganyu. I love her design. I love her story. And I really wish that they would dive deeper into her story, because she is a character that has a lot of potential. I mean, come on, she's a half adeptus, for fuck's sake. Yeah, please no politics here. That's something that we don't want to discuss here. I don't like politics in my chats. Especially sensitive topics like that. We're all positive vibes here. No judgments, no nothing. But yeah, the story has been a lot of fun to write, because it's really tested my abilities of writing, voice acting, and all that lovely stuff. Plus, I've been able to go farther than I ever could with pony content. And that's why I've stuck to the story, because it's a lot of fun to write. Especially with characters that have a lot of potential. Like a lot of Genshin characters, especially the ones that are like, you know, Ganyu, who are Adepti or have a long history. You could really go the full distance with their characters. Someone got mad at me on fanfiction for censoring the, like, PG-13 their scenes together. But I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but that's not how this is going. I already have all the music correlated. Correlated. Is that even a word? Coordinated is what I meant to say. Like the chords. Hang on, how do you take these off? Where's my pick? There it is. Oh, shit. Like the chords are basically these. And I rewrote it recently. Something like that. Then when it gets to the chorus, it goes like, hang on. Something like that. But yeah, I've been working on it. Oh. Shit. Lyrics, singing style. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You want me to make it like an anime theme, like with Japanese singing. Well, I need to. First, I need to find someone who speaks Japanese and English, and I need to get it for a decent price. So that's gonna be tricky. Because I really don't have any experience with making music, but oh boy. I have written songs for my loved ones who just passed. They don't harm me as much. Like, listening to these actually gives me a sense of peace, if it'll let me. As long as you can handle me singing. That's all I warn you about. Because I'm no professional singer whatsoever. See? Here's the breakaway thing that I had, but I don't like that version. But this is the one I wrote for my grandma. Did you ding ding? I don't know if you did or not. No, not yet. Oh shit. Hang on. I gotta fix that real quick. Because I've got my volume mixer down. Sedoodle. Let's see. It was this one, wasn't it? No, it was the one above. This song went through all sorts of freaking phases. Goodbye, angel of light. The golden gates have called you tonight. You'll always be here in our hearts. Alright. While you're gone, we will never be apart. Never be apart. EQ. No. We'll always remember your memory. The times you put others before anything. The kindness you gave to anyone you met. The times we'd laugh and never forget. While we'll cry, just know we're alright. Just rest in peace tonight. Angel of light. Good night, may your dreams be bright. Guide us along with your heavenly light. The days that follow will be hard to bear, but we'll smile knowing that you're there. Kiss her one. You're there. We'll always remember that you cared. The warmth that you always shared. The smile you always wore to the end. How hard you worked for your children. While we'll cry, just know it's alright. Just rest in peace tonight, angel of light. Really? Okay. Okay. Let's see. We'll always remember you from the bottom of our hearts, so true. We'll carry your memory on till the day we're gone. While we'll cry, everything's alright. Just rest in peace in God's grace tonight.
Angel of light. Okay, did it light fade out right? Yep, we're good. Alright, that's good. Alright, so we fixed it. Well, it was hard when I wrote it, or not wrote it, but played it as well, which is why I kind of crack it sometimes as well. It's an emotional song. But the one I wrote for Savior, it's only the music, but where did it go? Eternally, there it is. This is the one I wrote for Savior. If the drums are off a little bit, I'm sorry. It was my first time really experimenting with this shit. Oh. I do have vocals for this one as well.
eternally. No, I know it comes from the diaphragm. I'm just singing randomly here. It's the same thing for narration. Okay, I gotta go get dinner. Wow, it's really 4 o'clock. Holy shit. Okay, I'll be right back. Actually, I'm just gonna end stream. But I thank you for joining me. Alright. I would hire somebody to sing because I don't think I could. I don't think I have the voice to sing, honestly. If I trained it, maybe, but that's a lot of work. Anyways, thanks for joining me, Don. I'll see you next time. Hopefully you enjoyed. And yeah, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Maybe. Maybe, if it'll let me.